Hello again, everybody. This is Derek, and I am coming back at you with some more Wargaming Weekly from Wargaming Miniature. Okay, I did get these V&V miniatures in yesterday. I did a cursory glance at them. I didn't really evaluate them or get into all the details of these models. I didn't know that they were going to come with these 25 millimeter, I'm guessing. Yeah, pretty close to 12. I'll have to measure them, but they look like they're 25 millimeter bases. Yep. And I didn't know they were going to be coming with those. So I do plan on doing a what's in the box video later, maybe tomorrow or the next day or something like that. But I'm excited to see what the quality of these are, how they go together, and I'm surprised I got all 9 miniatures in this one little thin box. And just based on what I've seen, they look like good quality models. Of course, they say they're high quality soldiers in resin, but well, now they're resin and metal because they actually started working with metal now. But yeah, I'm looking forward to actually digging into these models. So let's put that off to the side. All right, I got my paints 99% organized the way I want them. That's good. That's very, very good. Let's get ready because we're getting ready to start doing some painting. Really? Okay. I hear my stomach growling. Might have to take a visit to the toilet. Got some coffee here, and ever since I started drinking the coffee this morning, my body has been telling me that it wanted to evacuate. What I'm planning on painting today, a lot of different things. Hats, backpacks, I think. Maybe the boots, which aren't really boots. Also, last night I remembered, or it dawned on me, that it's a new month. And usually at the start of every month, I clean my brushes. And I haven't done it this month. Okay. Shaco's dark gray. Whoa. Nope. Probably black gray. There are some Shakos in there that have wraps, oilskin wraps. Trying to find a color that I think is appropriate. There's going to be a couple of different helmet wraps or Shako wraps. I'm not going to sit on just one. I think I'm going to go with desert uniform on some of the Shako wraps. And then some of the other Shakos. Don't want it to be brown. I want it to be like a green gray. But not a field gray. Actually, this Warpaint's Army Green looks like it'll work. Okay, so these are going to be the Shakos. I'm trying to get everything kind of organized a little bit. Then the backpacks. It's going to be kind of a monster brown. Yep. Monster brown, which gives it kind of a lighter look. Okay, we got Edward on here. What are you saying, Edward? Picked up some Victoria Old Guard that I will be working on to test out, looking for complete an Austrian army in the new year. Okay. 28 millimeter, I assume. Maybe 25, 15s, I don't know. What scale are you working with? Okay, now I'm just going to go with like a uniform gray. Not dungeon. Okay, uniform gray for the rolled up greatcoat. And I might also do it on the two artillerymen that are wearing their greatcoats. Neutral gray. Nah, I'm going to do the uniform gray. Collars and cuffs on almost everybody is going to be red. On almost everybody. Beige brown for the muskets. I like to plan ahead, see? That's what you're witnessing right now. Oily steel, also for the muskets. Brass plates on their helmets. I say helmets, but you know what I mean. Shakos. Use brass. The gate, my stomach. Okay, the gaiters are going to be. They could either be white or black, depending on the season. But I'm going to do black. Okay, 28 millimeter. I was supposed to say Victrix. Okay. Yeah, well, I didn't know. Maybe Victoria had a personal guard or something. I didn't know. Yeah, so, yeah, Victrix guard. I assume French guard. See, I'm digging into all this. Or is that the Austrian grenadiers? Because, yeah, they got some of them suckers. Okay, so we got the boots, shoes, boots, whatever, is going to be the same black gray. The ammo cartridge is going to be the same black gray. I will use this white, even though that's not what's. Even though this is an old Citadel jug, that's not what's actually in this jug. I've put this white in there to extend it more than once, so I'm sure it's a mix of various whites. And he says, "Yep, French Old Guard. Yep, yep, French Old Guard." I know I'm missing something here. We're not talking about the green, the blue, and the orange pump, or not the orange, the purple, the blue pom-poms. Not worried about that. Yes. Oh, yes. The Voltigeurs. I don't think they're wearing green. I think they're wearing yellow. I'm probably going to use that yellow. I will eventually be using this orange on their pom-poms. I will be using this purple. I have a royal purple, but I think think this is a better purple. I think it's mauve. This is like a mauve. Primarily for like World War I aircraft. But I think it's a best purple. There needs to be a blue for those pom-poms. And I'm going to use a color called flat blue. Okay. White. Brass. Oily steel. I'm going to get a white. Boots. Okay, about 1/4 of the models have garlic hanging. I plan to use probably arid earth for that. The gators, I'm not gonna paint them the same color as the boots and the Shako. It's gonna be slightly lighter gray. So it won't be this black gray, but then again, it's not going to be uniform gray either. It's just going to be slightly lighter. I think what I want to use is German gray. I think. If I have that. German gray. Yep, that'll be part of the boots. Okay, I think those are all the colors I'm going to need to finish these guys. Which is probably quite a bit. Oh, that doesn't count the cavalry. And the drummers and stuff like that. But let's just get started on line. And I'm only going to do like one color at a time, so I'm not going to do all the colors on one stick and then switch to another stick. That's not what we're going to do. I've got some laundry going in the background. You might be able to hear that. I apologize if you do. But I got some sweatshirts in there. And okay, I think we are ready to rock and roll. I'm going now, like, imagine this color in multiple areas, which it is. I'm not going to paint all the areas. I'm just going to paint like cartridge case all the way around on every model. Then I might use the same color on the boots, and then I'll do all the boots, because that way it keeps my mind focused on what I'm doing. And we are starting with that color. And I am starting on the cartridge cases. Because by the time I get all the cartridge cases, all the models will be on my table. Yeah, there's something called rubber black that I just recently acquired, and I like the way it looks. I'm going to test it because I've never used it. I'm going to test it on a cartridge case just to see if it's something that I want to paint on my boots and Shakos and everything else. Looks like Go For It has returned. Hey, Go For It. Welcome back. I saw the message where you said you would be back. Okay, rubber black. Now, just to fill you guys in, I did go back to the AK site and I put another order in. A variety of different colors. Filled some gaps in my repertoire. Okay, that blue never touched the side of that one guy. That's an oversight. Okay. Yeah, whenever I paint, I'm going to sound like a broken record right now because I say this every time I do it. But whenever I paint black on a model, or something that is advertised as being black, I don't paint it using black paint. Okay, wet, that looks really good. I mean really good for like a black gray. But that's wet, and it'll probably take about 5 minutes to dry. And since it initially looks pretty good, I'm going to do a couple more until that one drop has been used up. And then I'm going to let it sit for a minute and dry. Because black in the real world, if you look at it, it doesn't like what I'm wearing. That doesn't really look black. Or I should say, it doesn't look jet black, you know, like black paint. It looks kind of like worn or weathered. Especially boots. They should have a little bit of brown shining through. And I usually use a soft tone wash from Army Painter. I think that's one of my favorite figure washes. I've tried strong tone, but I think it darkens the entire figure too much. I've tried light tone as well, but there's no real advantage for using a light tone. I use it sometimes if I'm going to do like multiple layers of washes, or if I'm going to wash a predominantly white figure. Now, right now these figures are predominantly white, but once I get them painted, they won't be. They're going to have white pants, yes. They'll have white turnbacks and a white vest and cross straps. But the shadowing needs to be darker than what light tone gives me. So I don't plan to use light tone. I plan to use... I'm going to go back to my default, which is soft tone. And I used to use the mixing medium from Army Painter. I used to use like 2 drops of mixing medium for every drop of wash to get it to run better, to get it to coat the figure better and run off of the raised areas, so there was less of an impact for the color change. But it still wasn't good enough. So I started using Liquitex medium instead. I started using this Flow Aid additive. And the Flow Aid, they recommend 20 to 1 drops of water. Like if you're mixing your own, put it in a bottle, put 20 drops of the water and then 1 drop of that Flow Aid. And then you can use that on your washes and any other paints you have, really. You can turn everything into a wash. But I found that wasn't strong enough still. So I pretty much use the Flow Aid at a 10 to 1. I guess you just have to experiment with your paints. Yeah, I'm gonna use this color. We're gonna put that back. This rubber black. Turning me on is what it is. And yeah, I've kind of started to fall in love with AK. If I have an option going forward of using AK or another brand, I'm going to use the AK. Okay? Okay. AK? Okay. Now, unfortunately, watching me paint is a lot like watching paint dry, watching the grass grow, that kind of stuff. There's nothing really going on. I try to keep you guys interested with my commentary and anecdotes and general goofiness. But sometimes I run out of things to say. I know it's weird. Mr. Everything runs out of things to say. But it happens. Okay, I do have one thing to say about AK. As you know, the Africa Core pack came with a color that it wasn't supposed to come with. I wrote them a letter and I don't want anything from them. I don't want them to replace it or send me a new paint bottle or nothing, or a refund, nothing like that. And I said that in my email. I don't want anything. I just want you guys to know so that you can check and see if it's happened in any of the other packages, because it might not be a one-off mistake or something. You know, somebody might have been just packaging the wrong green. So you're welcome, basically, is what I wrote. And they wrote me back, and I got 2 letters from them, which I have no beef with the letters that I got, but they were both form letters, and they didn't acknowledge what I had told them. Basically, they said, well, okay, one of the letters just said, "We received your letter, and it will be," I'm sure it was automated. It's like, "We'll receive your letter, and we'll get to it when our customer service representatives can get to your letter." You know? And I'm like, okay, that's understandable. I don't have a problem with that. But then the second letter was from customer service, and they said in a form letter, so I'm sure they've done it a million times. We see that you have a complaint, which is not true. I don't have a complaint. But they said, "We see you have a complaint about our product, and if there was any mistake," which basically implies that they don't believe me. They said, "If there was any mistake, be sure to send photographs showing the error or the poor quality of their product," or whatever it is. And I didn't send them a photo. I mean, they can watch my video if they want. But no, I did not send them a photo. I basically just sent them an email. And if they want a photo showing the problem, I almost don't think they care, because I feel like it was just a form letter. You know, it was just something somebody copy and pasted. Didn't really even read the email that I sent. But if they want a photo, I'm not going to send them one. Basically, I'm dropping the subject. I'm dropping it. I don't care. I didn't care in the first place. I was just helping you guys out. And it didn't bother me. It didn't bother me so much that would make me not want to buy their product. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, oh well, somebody didn't read my email and they sent me a form letter. No big deal. Just impersonal, that's all. So I put another order in. I ordered another flesh, which I really don't need, but I'm just broadening my horizons. And I ordered another rubber-esque gray. It's like a not a basalt gray. There's another gray that they've got that kind of looks rubbery, like for tires and stuff. And I thought about picking up some of their paint sets, right? They've got 3 paint sets, 4 paint sets, 6 paint sets, and like 24 and 60 paint sets or whatever. I said, you know, I could probably grab one of these paint sets that cover topics that I don't normally paint, and they'll probably have some paints in there that I need. So I went through the paint sets, not meticulously, but meticulously, and noticed that those paint sets, I have almost all of those colors, except for maybe 1 or 2. So what I said to myself was, I'll just order those 1 or 2 paint bottles, because that's going to be a lot cheaper than buying a paint set and then me having a bunch of duplicate paints. I just went through that yesterday, organizing all my paints in my paint racks, and I came out with like 40 duplicates. Mostly from Vallejo. Okay, so that's really the only wargaming related information I have. What's today? The 5th? Got my Traveler game tomorrow night. I don't plan to do any live streaming in the tomorrow morning. Tonight and tomorrow morning, I'll be making final preparations for my game. You know, just going, checking off the checklist to make sure everything is ready to go. All I'm painting is these cartridge boxes, and you can see it's taking a while. After this stick, I'll glance up and see if there's any new comments. So I got those Victrix 12mm German infantry in. They're surprisingly very detailed for the scale that they are. I mean, they're 12mm or 144 scale. I'm sure you can find a bunch of 144 vehicles and aircraft specifically. Okay, I'm trying to get to that one little spot. There we go. Behind the cartridge case. Okay, looks pretty good. Oh, wow. Okay. On these cartridge cases, I didn't do their little soft cap rolls on the bottom. I wonder why that is. Just overlooked it, probably. Got distracted doing something else. That's all right. I plan to go and touch up all the rolls anyway with a lighter blue to give it a highlight. I can just fix that when I get around to it. Yeah, this rubber black doesn't look like tire rubber. It just looks like it looks black, but it's got like just a little bit of gray in it. I mean, you're almost not noticeable. And that's perfect for what my philosophy about painting black items. I mean, I don't think I messed with the focus, so I think I should be able to autofocus. I'm going to hold it up to the camera. So you can see what I'm talking about. Yep, got to get the exposed edges of the front side of the cartridge case that you can still see because it sticks out a little bit from the back of the soldier. Okay. I got some black paint on me. Oh no, I'm gonna die. Okay. It should focus pretty good. But you can see, that's not black. That's black rubber. Or rubber black, or whatever it's called. Yeah, rubber black. It's still wet. Here, let's go with this first one. Because it's drying pretty flat. Yeah, see? You got a little bit of gray to it. But it's still black. Yeah, don't look at this first one because it was too thin. There we go. Look at those guys. Yeah, it looks black to me. Okay. Yeah, I think the Shako and the boots are going to be that color. Yeah. Yep, yep. The sword sheath. Yeah, well, these guys, I didn't do their soft caps either. That's very odd. Maybe I decided to do the soft caps after I had already done a couple of sticks. That's probably correct. Because I did the soft caps the same time I did the jackets. And that's one reason why I don't like doing multiple items at the same time. I don't know. Maybe it's my attention deficit or something, or maybe I'm just scatterbrained, or maybe it was just a mistake. Okay, so I got a joke for you guys. This is a dirty joke. We're all adults here. I won't use any foul language. It's army related, so if you guys have ever served in the army, you might can identify with this joke. If you never served, it might go over your head, or it might not. It might not sit with you the same way. You still might think it's funny. It's kind of universal. But okay. So this guy, this reporter, this news reporter, he goes to an army base because he's got this. This is a long form joke, so bear with me. He's got this article he's writing, and so he's going to a military base because he has a lot of respect for soldiers, and he thinks that they would have a lot of knowledge of the subject matter. So he goes up to this major, right? And he says, so, I'm doing this report, I'm trying to get, I'm doing a survey, I really want to get your feedback, blah, blah, blah. You get the idea. And he asks him the question. He says, Major, how much of sex is work and how much is pleasure? The major thinks about it for a little bit and he says, well, it's probably about 75% work and 25% pleasure. And the reporter like, oh, okay, thank you very much. I'm going to record your comments and blah, blah, blah. And then he sees a captain. He goes up to the captain. Says, Captain, I'm doing the survey and blah, blah, blah. You get the idea. Then he asks him, how much of sex is work and how much is pleasure? The captain thinks on it for a few minutes. And then he comes back and says, well, I think it's about 50-50. It's about 50% work, 50% pleasure. And the reporter thanks him and moves on. And the reporter thinks to himself, well, I just got two different ideas, two different numbers. I'm going to have to keep asking and see if we can't figure this out, or at least what the military think about it. And so he sees another soldier, a lieutenant, and he goes up to him. He goes, "Hey, how much of sex is work and how much is pleasure?" And the lieutenant thinks on it for just a couple of seconds, and he says, "Oh yeah, it's got to be at least 75% pleasure and 25% work." And the reporter thinks to himself, "Okay, I just got a third different response from 3 different officers. I wonder who else I could ask." And he sees a clerk in the headquarters typing away some report, and he goes up to him, probably a private, and he says, "Private, do you mind answering a question? Da 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 da, yada yada yada." And the private's like, "Sure, absolutely, go ahead." And he says, "How much of sex is work and how much is pleasure?" And he thinks about it. And then he says, "Well, it's got to be 100% pleasure." And the reporter's like, "What?" He goes, "Yeah, because if there was any work involved, I would be doing it." That was a punchline. That one's even better than what's the difference between the Boy Scouts and the Army. The Boy Scouts have adult leadership. Or what's the difference between, or what's, wait, hold on, I might be getting this one mixed up. Let me think about it for a second. Yeah, how is the Army and a Dick the same or similar? And the answer is, well, if it's soft, you can't beat it, and when it's hard, you get fucked. Sorry. That was a pretty bad one. That's what happens when I run out of things to say or to talk about. I got a couple more, but they're not nothing to write home about. So I've got this voice changer, right? It's a software for my microphone, and I can make my voice real deep, like a real deep, like beyond human possibility. I could sound like an ogre, really deep, or I can make it super high pitched, like I'm a pixie or something. But the question, or I should say, my desire is not to do either one of those, because I want to use it during my Traveler game. I want to use my voice changer to, so based on who they talk to, I'll have a different tone to my voice automatically, you know, so I don't have to sit here and constantly try to modulate my voice based on who they're talking to. But I just don't know if it's worth the effort. Because anytime they change who they're talking to, I would have to get on there and make adjustments. I could probably have a hotkey set. I could probably set some hotkeys. But I don't want to interfere with my streaming software or my Roll20 software. So I try to avoid setting any additional hotkeys. Now, I used to have a voice changer a year ago that worked very well because it had a bunch of presets like young girl or old man or ogre or dragon or whatever, and it had a bunch of presets. I didn't have to go in and make a whole bunch of changes. But at some point last year, it just stopped working. I'm sure it had something to do with my Windows updates or something. Because it seems like every time I have a Windows update, my microphone stops working and I got to go in and reattach it. So if anybody knows a good voice modulation software that that you would recommend, I'll go look into it. Otherwise, I think I might look into just getting a new voice modulation one, because the one I've got is really good. It's just, it's not preset. I have to go in and make changes on all the sliders, and it does what I want it to do if I pay for it. Edward rolling on the floor. All right. At least someone found it funny. Before I move on, I'm going to open it. Taking a second. It's saying it's warming up. Whatever that means. Let's close all these sales that are trying to get me to buy stuff. I wonder what that one sounds like. And you probably can't hear it because my OBS is recording the microphone, not the All right. I can hear myself. Okay, I can hear. That's messing me up. Let me turn that off. Now, let me see if there's a way to add the microphone. Settings. Audio. Voice mod. Okay.
Number 3. Yeah, so this is the Uncle in Chief. So I don't know. I don't know if you can hear that. But he sounds, he sounds like.
And then there's clean, which is my voice. Oh wow, I can hear the dryer. Oh, it has a noise reduction. That's good.
Okay, I don't know what. Okay. I was gonna say I didn't know which one this was. It's an Android. Okay, enough of that nonsense.
Okay, I'm back. I gotta get rid of that. There it goes. Yeah, something like that to change my voice when I'm talking to people, but those are those are not very there's very few of them, and you have to pay for all the additional mods, and I didn't want to do that. The one I used a year ago was working really well until some update happened. Okay. Yep, these guys have cartridge cases. I'm more than halfway through the cartridge cases. Just FYI. Excuse me. And I have a problem listening to the modded voice while I'm talking. You probably noticed it. It distracts me, and it causes me to like stumble on my words and stuff. So I probably won't even use it. I'll probably just use my own voice. He must be the officer because he doesn't have an ammo cartridge case. He is leaning on the gun and aiming, but you don't have to be an officer to do that. You know, I've never painted. Okay, I was about to lie to you guys. I was gonna say I've never painted any Austrians, Napoleonics. That's actually a lie. Wait. It might or might not be a lie, because I'm having a hard time remembering. Yeah, I think it's true. I don't think I've painted any Austrians ever. The figures that I just stumbled upon just now, my memory. I painted a unit of cavalry in 15 millimeter. I don't think they were Austrians. They might have been Austrian heavy cavalry, but I think they were Russians. But no, they might have been Austrians. I remember distinctly what they were wearing. They're basically cuirassier. They had breastplates. And they had this helmet that had the wing that pointed forward, and it looked a lot like Ultraman. You know, the helmet crest. I was just starting to branch out from Waterloo. I was thinking I'd go do another army, because I had finished like 6 corps of Prussians, 6 corps of French, a corps of British, and a corps of the Allied. I even had some Peninsula and some late war. So we could do like Salamanca or Fuentes de Honoro or something like that. Now, I'd never heard of Fuentes de Honoro. Wasn't really big into the Peninsula. I went to Waterloo. when I was at Waterloo, they had a museum there. And in that museum, or maybe it was outside in the parking lot, they had some vendors selling paintings like I want to say Rocco, but that's not right. Maybe it is Rocco. But I bought like 20 paintings when I was there. Spent like $1,000. No, it had to have been more. Because these paintings were probably $100 a piece. But there was this one, I got carried away. Let's just say that. But there was a very small painting. I think I might even have it on the wall, or I'm looking at all my Napoleonic paintings that I have currently on the wall. No, it's in storage. It was an artillery battery fleeing, and I just thought the painting was beautiful. I had no idea what the connotations of the painting or anything was. I was just looking at the art and admiring it, and so I bought it. And it inspired me to find out a little bit about the battle, because at the bottom it said Fuentes de Honoro. So I looked it up, saw that it was in the peninsula, saw it was a battle between, the French and the British, with allies and stuff like that, and who did what and why they did their thing and where and stuff like that. And so it inspired me to write a scenario. So basically I got all the TONEs, the maps and everything. And I wrote it for Napoleon's battles. With the corps and the brigades and stuff like that. And never played it. I'm painting commissions right now, right? Because first of all, my COVID got me behind, and now I'm basically playing catch up. And once I get these commissions done, then I'll be getting back to my personal painting, terrain building, and everything else for the store and for myself. But I mention it because once I get my Republican Roman army started, or as far enough along that I could use it, let's just say, then I'm going to start doing some solo battles on my gaming table, and I'll play both sides. Now I've considered playing via webcam, have a couple of players call in, probably with Discord. We all get into like a Discord channel, turn on our cameras, and my camera would be pointed at the table. I actually have multiple webcams. I think I've got like 4 different webcams. If I point one of them at the table, I could have another one pointed at me. But I'm going to be at the table the whole time anyway, so that's really excessive. I don't think I would need to do that. I could put a camera down for each side, you know, the left and the right. But I think that's excessive as well. I think one camera would be enough. And then I would have the players just tell me what they want to do with their figures. And that way you don't have to be here to enjoy a war game. You just say, hey, I want to move my guys, 2 inches to the left or whatever. And that would allow anybody internationally to play. But I know that's kind of a long shot. But failing that, and I was also thinking about doing that for my World War II game, Canada's Crucible, where it could be a double blind where the Germans don't know where the British are, and vice versa. And I'd be a middleman like a referee. And kind of like a play-by-mail game, but it's live. And when there's a fight, I could either do it via Discord with a camera showing, or I could have like a local player come and play against me or against whatever. I don't know. I had a lot of thoughts on that. Okay, there's no ammo cartridges cases on those guys at all. Okay. My stomach is growling. Not because I'm hungry, but because I keep sipping on that coffee. Coffee does that to me. I don't know. I know it's supposed to be a diuretic and all that. But for me, it's like a guarantee. It is definitely a diuretic. I think that's what's going on with my stomach right now. That coffee is like trying to get out. I've got some Pepto on the desk. Okay. Now I don't want to paint the cartridge cases on these cavalry because I plan to go over them pretty heavily with hunter green for their uniforms. So I don't necessarily want to do that. And I'm surprised I didn't paint this officer with his blue. Huh. Weird. Very weird. I do know that these cannons don't have rubber wheels. They have a metal band that holds all the wood together. So when it comes to metallics, I like to paint a really dark color on first. Especially when it comes to like silvers or golds. So they all have a more rich color when they when I paint those on there. Yeah, my stomach, what the heck? I might have to beg your forgiveness and take about a 5 or 10 minute break and run to the little boy's room. Take care of this. Can you hear that? My stomach is making noise. Actually, it's not my stomach. I think it's my intestines. I don't know. Irritable bowel or whatever they call it. Now the gun is going to be bronze. Bronze doesn't go on top of white very well, so I'm going to paint it with... Basically what I'm doing now is just utilizing this rubber black so it doesn't go to waste, really. Since I had a few extra drops in there, might as well use it. Probably off camera. You don't even see me doing anything with this gun. And just painting the barrel black is probably good enough. But I'm not going to do that. I am going to put bronze on it. The barrel, that is. The spoke, axle, there's a bar and a retaining plate and a cotter pin and all that. That's going to be oily steel. Okay. And there are some bands on the carriage. It's holding the wood together. Okay. Wait, what? Oh, okay, yeah. Oh, it's on the inside and out. Okay. So I was excited to go see Napoleon, the movie, until I saw everybody's critical reviews. And then I got frustrated and said, I ain't going to go see that movie. All the reviews that I heard of or saw the reviews said that whoever wrote it didn't know anything about Napoleon. They pretty much made him a weakling. Which I personally think might have been a misinterpretation of Napoleon. Now, he might be a lunatic and he might have like anger issues and stuff like that, but he was no weakling. When I say weakling, I mean pushover. You don't get to be the emperor by bowing down. But I will watch it when it comes to some streaming service that I might be a subscription or have a subscription to. And I'll judge for myself. But until then, I'm not going to the theater to watch it. I don't want to be disappointed. Okay. Like I said, I'm not doing these guys. I've got hunter green for them. Their uniforms and all that. Okay, I just held out long enough and now I don't have to go. But I will tell you, if it comes back again and my body says go now, I will take a short break and go. So in the meantime, I'm going to stop drinking that coffee because it's apparently going right through me. We're trying to. 25 calories. Monster Tea Lemonade. It says shake well. Well, no, I'm not going to shake it. Especially after I open it. But I'm looking at the sugars here. 6%. That's good. That's low. Revive and refresh. Okay, so we're not done with the rubber black, but I'm done with it today. I'll get back to it to do Shakos and stuff like that. So what I'm going to do is change my palette. We're going to do another color. I think I'm going to do backpacks. The back of the pack. Mainly just because it's an easy paint. Ooh, wait. Should I do the red collars before I do the backpacks? No, it doesn't matter. I need to do the collars before I do the greatcoat rolled on their back, because I might get some red on the greatcoat. Trying to think. I can do brown. I can do brown. Okay, where's the monster brown? Right there. Here you are. Okay. Before I get started on monster brown, let's see what we got going on over here. Edward says he's going. All right, Edward, you have a good day as well, if I caught you in time. What time is it? 10:30. Whoa. We've been going for a while. It's those, when you're painting 100 figures, it takes a while. Fortunately. Okay, this brush is not big enough for me to do backpacks. We are going to go with a monster brush. This is a size 2. Size 2, not a very great point. Doesn't need to be. Remember what I taught you. Go with the largest brush possible to obtain the detail that you're looking for. I did pull out a bunch of browns last night for my horses because I want to have a variation of colors on the horses. I did pull them out last night, but I'm not doing horses right now. Okay. That's the same comment. Okay. All right, this monster brown should be good. And I'm sure there's other browns like up there that are similar. But I've just kind of, what's the word? Become accustomed to using this color for my French leather backpacks. Okay, giant brush. Now, I'm not going with a brush like that. That's just way too big. That's a 11. Now that would be a monster backpack or a monster brush, but no. And it's okay if I get it on the onions or garlic or whatever it is here. Or if I get it on their bedroll. Because I haven't painted those yet. It's also okay if I get it on his cooking pot. And this guy has a pewter mug. So what color is pewter? If I didn't have a paint called pewter, would it be aluminum? Would it be plate mail or chainmail color? What color is pewter? It's not silver. It's more dirty than that. It might be, if it's oily steel, like I am already going to be putting on their muskets and stuff. That's great. I mean, gunmetal? I've got some gunmetal. I actually have a color up there called pig iron, but that's too black. Yeah. Pewter. I think I actually, hold on now. I think I might have some pewter. Oh, wait a second. It might be a folk art color. But I don't care. I'm just painting some pewter mugs. Yeah. I might have to look into that maybe after we're done today. Oh, my stomach's growling again. But it feels like it's settling down. Not like trying to work its way out. So I like everybody that's watching live. If you watch this afterwards, there's no real need to put this in chat. But if you're watching live and you have the opportunity or the capability to type something in chat, tell me where you are. Like, what are you doing right now? Are you working and you're listening from work? Are you at home painting some miniatures? Are you listening to me because my voice is melodic and will cause you to fall asleep? You know? I'm kind of curious to see where my audience is. Like, what your activity is while listening to me. I'm curious. I'd really like you to do that. If you don't, that's okay. I mean, you might be at work and you've got this window minimized so your boss doesn't see it, and you're just listening to the voice. I get you. Remember the old chat room? I thought about asking you guys this question. There's old chat rooms that I used to go into. I don't know, what was the game? What game? What was it called? It was called like Yahoo Messenger or AOL Messenger. Remember those days? Where you go into these chat rooms and you find a conversation. They'd have different they'd have different topics, like dog lover or bird watcher or connoisseur of restaurants or whatever. And you'd go into one of these chat rooms and you would chat with people, and there was a common question that you would see a lot. It was ASL, not Advanced Squad Leader. It was age, sex, and location. I don't know if that meant they were stalking you or trying to meet up with you or what, but it was always good to know someone's location, because you kind of got an idea of like what they're all about, and also their age. Now, sex, I'm not so sure that was really needed, and plus, it's just a chat room, and anybody could lie about that. Well, they could lie about all three of them, actually. So, yeah, I'm 18 and I live in Timbuktu, and I'm a hot, sexy woman. No, I don't know. Yeah, I always felt a little uncomfortable answering that because I felt like the person asking it was trying to get something, you know? Luckily, nobody was asking me for my social security number. The reason why I say that was I was thinking about asking you guys that, not because I'm trying to pick you up, but because I basically just want to know where my audience is located. I want to know, like, are you in England? Are you in Japan? Or you don't have to be specific, like, oh, I'm on 5th Street in downtown Denver. No, I don't need to know that. But if you said Denver, I'd be like, okay, that's cool. Or if you just said Colorado, that would be cool too. And I want to know if my audience is 20-year-olds, which is probably not, or, 70-year-olds, which it probably is. Actually, guys, I am 60, just so you know. A big 60. And I don't feel it mentally. I feel it physically. I feel like I'm falling apart. But mentally, I feel like I'm still a teenager. I enjoy gaming, computer gaming, miniature gaming. I love sci-fi and fantasy and women. Yes, I'm a horn dog. I admit it. I am able to control my urges. But when I see a beautiful woman, I'll acknowledge it. I'll say, damn, that's a beautiful woman. What's funny is when my wife and I are out, like at the mall or going to a movie or something like that, she'll like pull on my sleeve and say, hey, take a look over there. And I'd look over there and I'd see this beautiful woman. And she would be like, is she beautiful? And I would be like, well, yes, she is. That's the kind of relationship my wife and I have. She's not afraid. Now, I'm going to tell you something about my wife that she might or might not appreciate me saying. But hey, it's just between us, right? And it doesn't, it's not a negative. It's just something that she says, and she says it a lot. And I don't know if she realizes that she's the only one that feels this way. Guys, you got to back me up on this. But if there's a woman on TV, or in real life, but mostly on TV, that has big breasts, okay? I don't mean like, I mean big breasts, right? And if they're obviously fake, or even if you even have to think about it, like, oh, those might be fake, she will make a comment that they're fake. She'll say, oh, those are fake. Those aren't real, you know? And then she would say something like, or she would imply that natural is better than fake, right? Every time. It's like a broken record. We see a woman with big breasts. If they're natural, she doesn't say anything. But if they're obviously fake, she'll point it out. Like, oh, those are fake. And I've said to her a number of times, I don't think she's heard me. I don't think she's heard me. When I say that, I mean, I say things to her all the time that she doesn't absorb, so she doesn't hear everything I say to her. But I tell her, guys don't care if they're fake. Now, I could be wrong. I could be standing alone in an open field, but I personally don't care if they're natural or if they're fake. If a woman is flat-chested with natural breasts and another woman is well endowed but they're fake. Now I don't mean excessive, don't get me wrong. I don't mean like triple D kind of excessive. I'm just talking about like maybe a C cup. I would prefer the C cup over the flat-breasted girl. I'm just being real. Now, there's other things that come into play, you know, like personality and facial attitude. Like, does she smile or does she frown all the time? You know, is she always complaining or is she always happy? That is the most important thing to me. Their attitude. Not how smart they are. Not even how good they look. Or how big their chest is. All of that falls behind, do they have a good attitude? She could be dumb as a box of rocks. But if she enjoys doing whatever we're doing all the time, she's always having fun, that is sexy to me. So a smile is way better than breasts. But don't get me wrong, if you got two girls that smile and one's got big breasts, I would pick that one. You know, it's on a scale. How did we get on this conversation? I don't know. I'm sorry. I got distracted. See, that's what happens when I run out of things to say. I start vomiting from my mouth. And I'm not going to go run out and take a poll and ask, what's more important? A smile or breasts? Actually, that might be a good poll. Let me contact the Babylon Bee and see if they'll do that. Now, I'm not going to... Okay, now I am going to... Oh, that's right. Because I wanted to know where you guys were located and, like, how old you were. That's right. Age, sex, location thing. And then we started talking about chat rooms. That's how we got on that. Okay. So I'm not going to ask this. I don't want an answer. I'm going to ask. Okay, let me rephrase it. I'm going to ask but I don't want an answer, right? This is like a rhetorical. I suspect, I could be wrong, I could be very wrong, but I suspect that the majority of my viewers like me. Or they find me helpful. They might not like me, but maybe they like what I'm doing, or maybe they've learned something from what I've spewed or whatever. They watched some of my tutorials and they said, yeah, that's really good. Let me try that. Oh man, that worked really well. I'm going to keep doing that. Now, having said that, I suspect that a lot of you have the same political, that's right, I went to politics, political predilections that I do. And that you have a lot of the same beliefs in God or in country or whatever that I do, making us compatible, right? If we knew each other, in person, we would be good friends, kind of thing. And I suspect that to be true. I also suspect that a lot of you are in or around the same age as me, middle-aged, or well on your years, not a young whippersnapper. And I say that because of the philosophies that I have. Because I know a lot of the youngsters out there have a totally different outlook on life than I do. And so they might not, I'm just saying maybe, I don't know for this for a fact, but they might not watch this channel because I'm spewing nonsense and they are all up in their feelings and I'm more about facts. That kind of thing. So having said that, I feel comfortable sharing odds and ends and this and that with you guys because I feel like you could appreciate it. You know what I mean? I think we're a lot closer than you think, psychologically, ideologically. There's like this little bitty sliver of the backpack that you can't get to without being real careful not to paint the jacket. There you go. That's good. That works. What about this side? Good, 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 good. The packs are coming along nicely. It's just, there's so many of them. Taking forever. Excuse me. Okay, that burp was my breakfast. I tasted it a second time. I had a pot pie. It was a soup, a pot pie soup, if that makes sense. No, wait, dumplings. Yeah, dumplings. Which is basically the same thing when it comes to a soup. So, Sonic, this is a little heads up for you guys. I don't know if you guys eat at Sonic or ever go to Sonic, but my boy works down at the local Sonic, and he told me that in January they're coming out with a new hamburger. And we both looked at each other like, you can't be serious. And he's like, yep, we're serious. Peanut butter and bacon hamburger. Yep, you heard me right. Peanut butter and bacon. Now, bacon's good. Bacon's good on a burger. Peanut butter? And he said the way they're going to do it, it's like mayonnaise. You know how if you order a burger and you want ketchup and mustard and all that other junk on it, which I do. I love that. But they're just going to get a peanut butter jar with a knife and spread it on the bun. And then drop the lettuce and tomatoes and burger and the bacon right there, and then put peanut butter on the other bun and slap it together. And I was like, you can't be serious. And we don't know what it's going to taste like. It might be awesome, right? Somebody has had to have, I was getting ready to say play tested it, but tested this out to see if it's good and made a suggestion. They said, at one of their corporate meetings, hey, this burger, let's try peanut butter. Okay, let's try it. And they try peanut butter and they're like, oh, this is good. Another guy probably said, hey, let's try wasabi. They tried it and they're like, oh my God, this is so hot. No, we can't serve this. Or another guy said, hey, let's put vomit on it. No, I don't know. I'm going extreme. But I like peanut butter, and I like hamburgers, and I like bacon. So I can see where this might be a hit. But I can also see where, and I was saying, if it's going to be warm, which you would hope your burger is warm, won't the peanut butter melt and just run out the sides? If you've had it, peanut butter burgers, let me know. I want to know if it's going to be good. Well, at least it's not bugs. Did you know the majority of your burgers that you eat have bugs in them? There's a specific type of bug that they add to burgers. I know it's disgusting, and they don't tell you, but like, go to McDonald's or go online, Google it, find out what the ingredients of their burger patty is, and there's going to be a couple of items in there that you have no idea what they are, right? You'd be like, this is some scientific term, I don't know what it is. Then turn around and Google that scientific term, and you will find out it is a bug. And when they say you will live in the pod and you will eat the bugs, well, you'll be eating burgers with the bugs in them. I'm starting to think Soylent Green isn't that far off. With the food prices the way they are, and the way they supplement your beef products with bugs, at least it's not human, right? They're not trying to get rid of people. They're trying, well, they should be, right? That's what the New World Order wants to do, is get rid of people. But you've got our current government, which I hope is on the way out, but we don't know that for sure. Because there's a lot of stupid people in this country. What did George Carlin say? Half the people in this country are stupid. No, let me back that up. That's not what he said. The average person, he said the average person in this country is stupid. Uninformed. I don't mean like low intelligence. I'm talking about uninformed. And if that's the average, that means more than half are stupid. Because there's a lot of smart people out there, so you can only imagine there's an equal or greater number of stupid people. But with them bringing in all the extra labor from our southern neighbor, that and doing everything in their power to give them citizenship, like offering them positions in the military, makes you wonder, like, what the hell is going on with our country? I don't really have that problem here. This is Tennessee, baby. We're redder than most states, but that could change on a dime. Because our big cities are blue, like Nashville. But it's a dark blue. It's maybe kind of a purple blue, as they say. Purple, what does that mean? They're mixed? Okay. I think that's drying up a little bit. Let me add a couple of drops of water. I really expected me to have to add paint, but apparently not. It was just thick. Okay. Okay, enough of that political BS. I know that can be very polarizing with audiences. That's why I kind of prefaced it with, I believe everybody in my channel, my audience, is on the same page as I am. Or I believe you are. And if you're not, that's okay too. I'm just disappointed with people that vote a certain way because they're told to do that, or they've done it all their life. Like, oh, I voted Democrat my entire life, so I'm going to continue voting Democrat. Okay, well, I get the loyalty and all that, but I have a party. But if my party doesn't have somebody that I want to vote for, I'm going to look around. I'm not going to vote for them just because they're from my party. I'm going to try to be well informed. So the Titans fired their special teams coach. Because for 2 years, the special teams make some silly mistakes They do well at certain times, and then they make some boneheaded mistake. And I don't know if that's the coach's fault. You know what I mean? That could be the player. But it is the coach's responsibility to get the player in a position to not make those mistakes. And I have a feeling that our special teams coach was not doing that. Or, and I honestly feel this to be the case, he was the scapegoat. He was an example because he was fired by the head coach, not by the back office. And I think, and I honestly, truly believe this, he fired him to make it look like he was doing something. Well, I fired the assistant head coach, the special teams coach, because he wasn't working out. He's causing too many mistakes and blah, blah, blah. Now, I've been a huge fan of Miami for a long time. I mean, I don't know if you can see it on the screen, but right there is a Miami Dolphins sweatshirt. I've been a huge fan of Miami for a long time, ever since high school. No, even before that. Ever since 1972 when they went undefeated, you know. I was 9 years old or whatever. I went into their locker room and met like Bob Greasy and Zonka and Kick and Warfield. And I think that's it. Bonacani. Those names you probably don't even know who they are, but they were the 1972 Miami Dolphins. And this coming Monday, the Titans and the Dolphins play each other. We already know the Dolphins are going to cream the Titans because the Dolphins are doing really well this year. I think they're 9-3 right now. They're out of my market, so I don't really get a chance to watch their games. But every now and then, one of their games will come on, and I'll watch it. And I'll definitely get a chance to watch their game Monday night because the Titans are playing, and when the Titans play them, they televise it. Even though they're playing down in Miami. And so I'm rooting for both teams. I want them both to win. I think it's a little too far gone for the Titans to win because they are 4-8, 4-7, something like that. 4-7 or 4-8. I think they're out of the hunt. I don't think there's, even if they win all the remainder of their games, I don't think they can get into the playoffs. I could be wrong. I'm just, because I didn't actually crunch any numbers. Because they've got a lot of divisional games coming up. And so if they win all those, that means everybody in the division will be losing those. Not counting Miami, because they're not in our division. Which will, because they're more impactful, I think they still have 3 more games inside the division. So maybe it's possible. I don't know. But I will have to say the new quarterback, I like him a lot. He's not a Ryan Tannehill, which the Titans get a lot of players from Miami. That's weird. Like our quarterback, Ryan Tannehill, was the quarterback at Miami. They got rid of him, and we picked him up. Tannehill can throw the ball. They just don't let him. They lean on Derrick Henry way too much. Derrick Henry's a great player, but not really. I mean, for the last couple of years, whenever we play, I look over at my wife and I say, he's not running well. He's slow. He doesn't try to find an opening. He deliberately, or he basically runs into the defender every time. It's like he's trying to be tackled. Now, it could be that that's what he was told to do. He's just following orders, and he's getting the carries, which, if you give a player 50 plays a game, like Derrick Henry, even if he only gets 1 yard a play, which sometimes that is what he gets. If he gets 1 yard a play, that's still 50 yards. So over the course of the season, he's going to get yardage. He's going to get thousands of yards. And then they say he's the best runner in the NFL. No, he's not. We just give him the ball every frickin' time. If you gave that ball to, I don't know, me, I could probably get 1 yard a play. I think I could, actually. Because I would be running away from defenders. I'd be like, oh my God, he's going to tackle me. Let me spin. Derrick doesn't spin. Let me, jump over this guy. Derrick doesn't jump over people. And he's got my name. That's what makes it worse. You put our new running back in there, Spears. He does as good or better than Derrick Henry. Every time. So when they hand the ball to Spears, I'm like, oh my God, we're going to get some yards. They hand the ball to Derrick Henry, I'm like, okay, they're just throwing that down away. They don't even care. They're trying to lose. Every now and then, Derrick will break out and he'll run for 30 yards. And that adds to his total. But it only happened because you gave it to him 50 times in a game. I'm not exaggerating. He was pulled out of this last game for a concussion. Spears went in and crushed it. Ran his ass off. Every play. He was out there. Not Derrick Henry. You get Derrick Henry, he plays 1 or 2 downs, and then he takes 2 downs break. He doesn't play on the 3rd down, or obviously the 4th down. But Spears, yeah, he plays 3rd down, he plays punt return, kick return. He's out there. He's putting in the work. Not Derrick Henry. You feel what I'm saying or what I'm laying down? You probably don't even follow football. American football, that is. I'm not talking about soccer or European football. I don't even know why the Americans call it football. It's closer to rugby than it is to soccer. But you can't change the name now. Been out there for... Well, let me take that back. The leftists can change names of anything at any time. Change the definition of words. You can even call people a them, even though they're they're one person, not multiples. Or a they. How do you become a they when you're only one person? Now, I've thought about doing a video on they, them, just because I got to get it off my chest. And it's basically that. How do you call one person a they or a them? Right? They, I can almost get behind that. Like, where did they go? Okay, I get that. But when you're trying to use the word him or her, that is specific to that individual. You should not use a they or them. Okay, but they just wanted, when I say they, I mean plural, they just wanted to be different. So they had to find a word that they could use so they could feel unique and special. The problem is, if you ask me to call you a they, okay, you can ask me to call you a they. I won't, but you can ask me. You're either a he or a her. A she or a him. You know? Even if you don't want to be, you still are. Just because you don't want something doesn't mean you get what you want. I don't know. I'm pretty adamant about this. I play in a D&D game where we have a player, and she's obviously a girl. Obviously a girl. She wants to be called they, them. I've never called her they, them. She's never complained about me not calling her a they, them. She plays a male character. Okay, that's fine. You can role play whatever you want, right? In the game, there's no restrictions. And I find myself misgendering her character because she is playing a he. So when I'm talking or when I'm referring to her character with the other players, or even her sometimes, I will say her a lot. And that's my mistake, because she is playing a male character. That's a limitation on my ideologies and stuff. So, what I was getting at was, if you want me to call you a they, them, or if you feel like you are a they, them, you need to go see the doctor, a psychologist, or a psychiatrist, because you think you have multiple personalities. You're split, right? You have multiple people living inside of your body. Remember that movie Split? Okay, I'm running out of brown, so I might have to add some. Let's go ahead and do it while I'm thinking. There's only like these 8 and like half of those. Whoa, 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 whoa. And I don't want to be rude. Okay, I never want to be a jerk or a dick or anything like that. But I'm not going to call you they, them. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're a trans individual. I don't care if you are a alien from another planet. I'm not going to call you they, them. Ever. And if you wind up showing a split personality, where I'm talking to one person at one point and then a few minutes later I'm talking to another person, at that point, I don't want to have anything to do with you. You need to go seek medical help, and I'll just move on with my life away from you. But at that point, I might actually call them a they, them. But yeah, if I wind up calling you a they, them, then we pretty much are done. I'm not going to be dealing with you ever again. And I would use the good old trope and say, it's not you, it's me. I'm sorry, I have a limitation. I can't do it. I'm a horrible person. Now get out of my life. So I wonder, I haven't run into this, and hopefully I don't run into this, but if somebody in my Traveler game comes up and says, oh, I'm a they, them, I'm going to say, in private, I'll pull them off to the side and say, I'm going to be removing you from the game because we have a difference in ideology that's unreconcilable. And by attempting to force someone else to call you a certain thing, you're trying to impose your will on someone else. You're trying to change the definition of words. Let's just go our separate ways, and you go have a good life with all yourselves. I don't foresee it happening. That hasn't come up in any of our discussions. And it doesn't need to because, that's a private thing. We don't have to talk about it. But let's say in the middle of the game, a month from now or something, I say, well, he opens the... He rolled a 12, which means it's a critical success. And the player goes, oh, Derek, don't call me a he. I'm a they, them. At that point, I would have to say, are you being serious right now? Are you being serious? And if so, we have to have a discussion. And I don't want to hurt anybody's feelings, but I also don't want to, what's the word? Enable someone. I don't want to enable someone that's doing something that I feel is wrong. Now, that doesn't mean that I'm right. You know, I might be the one that's wrong. I'm humble enough to know that different people have different opinions about different things. But I'm running the game. And that's a hill I'm willing to die on, if that's what I'm trying to say. That's a deal breaker for me. I don't mind if you're gay. I don't care if you're gay. You know, or lesbian, which is basically gay. So, I don't mind if you are biologically trans. You know, like you were born a female, but as you got older, your male genes started to come in, and you know, the doctor says that biologically you're a man, but you were born with female parts or whatever. That actually happens, and that is a biological trans person. But when you just claim, I have a desire to be a man or a woman or whatever, that's not trans. That's just being psychologically deficient. Now, if you're okay, I don't want to get too deep into it, but if you're a guy and you feel like you were born in a guy's body and you should have been a woman, that's fine. And you can feel the way you feel. And you can be attracted to men, which is gay, right? That's fine. But you're not trans. I'm sorry. I have strong feelings about that. I know it might be triggering for some people, but I apologize. Okay, well, that's all I want to do today, because I'm sure the clock is telling me that I've been online for 3 hours. How long have I been online? It says 2 hours and 48 minutes. It just changed over. Okay, normally I only stream for a couple hours. I did edit and upload that field gray video that I promised. Yeah, nobody else has backpacks. I'm putting this monster brown away. If I need to come back to it, I will. Yeah, I uploaded the field gray video already, but it's still being processed by YouTube, and normally it only takes like an hour or two for it to process. Sometimes it takes longer, but I'm going to give you a little behind the curtains. When I record a video in 1440, which is what most of the videos that I record are in. Not all of them, but most of them are 1440. When I render them, it takes a little bit longer to render because the video has to crunch, the numbers or whatever. And so it causes the save file to be a little bit larger. It goes like 1080 is around 5 gigs. I'm just going to use this as an example. 5 gigs, but a 1440 video is like 15 gigs. So it usually takes about 3 times longer to render. No problem. That I don't concern myself with that. I usually render like 2 or 3 videos simultaneously. My computer can handle it. Usually. And then I have to upload it to YouTube. I pretty much stopped uploading to Rumble. I love what they're doing at Rumble, but there is no audience for what I'm doing in Rumble. If I was a political commentator or if I shook my booty on camera, Rumble would love it. If I was a breast streamer, like the camera, if I had like a low-cut t-shirt, large breasts, and I played Fortnite or something, I would get a lot of viewers. But miniature painting and the kind of computer games that I play, there's no viewers. So I've stopped uploading to Rumble. I still have my account there. It's just writing. Every now and then I'll put a store update on there, but usually there's nothing to do on Rumble. Everything's going to YouTube. Okay, so I take my video, which is about 15 gigs at this point, after like 3 hours of rendering, and I will upload it to YouTube. It only takes about 10 minutes, maybe 15 minutes, because I have 250 gigs upload. So I can upload, I think it's 250. I can upload pretty quickly, right? So 10 minutes, 15 minutes, that's fine. Every now and then, for one reason or another, it'll take 30 minutes to an hour to upload. Now, it could be that YouTube's overwhelmed, my internet provider is overwhelmed, or something, right? But very rarely does it ever take that long. Usually 10 to 15 minutes, it's uploaded. Once it's uploaded, YouTube puts a tag on it that I can see that says, processing will begin shortly. Okay. Which normally takes about less than 5 minutes to start. Okay? So it doesn't really take that long to start processing. If it's a really short video, 10 minutes, if it's a really short video, it takes about an hour and a half to render in YouTube. And that's out of my hands. It's already uploaded. It's all on YouTube's end, putting their rendering software, hardware to work on that video. What they're doing is, and this is, they're not rendering it. They don't need to render it because they can just take the video and play it. But they don't want to do that. They have software that goes through the video and scans every single bit of that video to see if there are derogatory words being used, to see if there's music being played, to see if there's subject matter that's inappropriate, nudity, all this kind of stuff is scanned by their software. And that's why it takes so long for them to scan it. So what I do, and this is just behind the scenes in my studio, I'll record the video like the field gray video that I did. I will spend time editing it, getting rid of all my ums and coughs and inappropriate farts or whatever. I'll edit all that out, right? Sometimes I'll do something on camera and I'll say, oh crap, I did that wrong, let's do it again. And then I'll do it again, and then I'll edit out the part I did first, or whatever. And I'll take that 2-hour video and I'll bring it down to 45 minutes or whatever. I'll edit it, and then I have to render it, and then that takes, like I said, 30 minutes to an hour, and then I upload it. Okay, wait, back up. The editing, there's 2 hours. Uploading, another hour, we're going to say. And then editing, uploading, right. And then YouTube has to analyze it. Usually an hour and a half, to be honest. Usually, so we'll just say 2 hours. So, and that takes into consideration other things that I might have had to do while editing or uploading or whatever. So that's about a 5-hour process for one of my longer videos. So then, once it's uploaded, I have to go through and, I mean, this can happen before it's finished rendering, so this doesn't count any time. This is actually, I'm doing this during the YouTube analyzation period. I go through and I add my tags and I add my title and my thumbnail, and I put it in my playlists, and then one of the last things I do is designate a time that it will go live, that you will be able to see it. And so I normally just click the default because that is many hours in the future, midnight. It's at midnight, right? So like if I upload a video today and I get it done by 6 o'clock, and then I hit the default, it won't go live till midnight. So there'll be like a 6-hour period where YouTube can analyze it to their heart's content. But sometimes I won't finish rendering till like 1 a.m., right? This has happened in the past. Like I'll watch Monday Night Football, or I'll watch some show with my wife, and I won't get done there till 10-ish, and so then I'll come into my computer room and I will edit and upload a video, and then I wind up looking and seeing that it's like 1 a.m., which is no problem. I usually stay up way past that. But if I hit default, it won't go live till the next midnight, so almost 23 hours later. I don't want that. So I usually I look at, see how long it's going to take to render, and based on the YouTube time, which is usually an hour and a half. And so then I go, well, what's a good time? 6 a.m.? Okay, boom, I hit 6 a.m. So you'll see videos go live sometimes at 6 a.m., 9 a.m., 3 in the afternoon or whatever. And that's usually if I feel like it's an extremely long amount of time to get to midnight. If it's after noon, I'll let it go to midnight, right? Well, if it's in the daytime like it is now, I'll just let it go to midnight. If it's getting close to midnight, like 11 o'clock, sometimes I'll finish at 11, and I'll look up and I'll say, okay, it's done at 11, and if I hit default, it'll go at 12, but it won't be finished. So what will happen is, you as a viewer will see a video that I upload, and it'll say it's at 720 resolution. Or it'll say 240 or something really small, right? And 480, I think, is one. If you ever go to any of my videos that are less than 1080, give it a little bit of time for YouTube to render it. Come back, and it will be at 1440, or possibly 1080 at the least. Because there are sometimes, very rarely, I'll do a 1080 video. Usually, almost 100% of the time, my live streams for Traveler or any role-playing game that I'm running will go up at 1080. And the reason why that is because computer resources. If it's I have one computer, and I run Discord, my OBS, which records the game and streams it. OBS streams the game to YouTube. I have YouTube open because I want to witness what I'm uploading, and the chat, like I'm doing now, I can look at the chat. And then I have the software running, which is Roll20, is what I use to run my games online. And then I'll also have like Adobe open or Google Docs, or so. Those are low resource requirements, but I'll have all these open on my 3 monitors. Plus, I'll have my webcam on usually. So a lot of things are going through my computer. And if I tried to run at 1440, I've already tried this, FPS goes way down. And I can see on OBS that my CPU usage goes way up, right? So right now my CPU usage is at 8%. No, it's 9%, just changed. So 8 or 9%, which is pretty high, but it's still okay. I'm streaming at 1440 right now. If I was streaming at 1080, that would drop to like 4%, which frees up resources for all those other programs. But that's the only time I do that. When I record something, it's usually 1440. And when I stream live, when I'm not running other programs, it's 1440. Okay, so what I'm saying is, what I was trying to get to in the long run is, if you ever see a video that's got low resolution because YouTube hasn't finished rendering it when it goes live, just give it a little bit of time. It'll go to 1440. Just check that out. One more thing I wanted to say about that. Maybe not. I don't have any. Okay, I don't have any product in. I'm waiting for that Skeletal Cavalry from Wargames Atlantic to be released. And once that's released, I'm going to put in an order for some skeletons from Wargames Atlantic. Skeleton Cab, that is. The chariots and the cavalry. I might also put in some an order for just skeletal infantry as well, because who doesn't like a lot of skeletons? Okay. Ancients. Okay. You already know that I play Ancients in Meg, right? Mortem et Gloriam. I love that set of rules. There's a few house rules or tweaks that I will change for my gaming club, but 99% of those rules I love. I love them immensely. I mean, immensely. They're easy to grasp. The rules are easy. The dice charts are easy. Maneuvering the troops are easy. There's nothing overwhelming about this set of rules. Okay. I've thought about getting some 1/72 scale or 20 millimeter Ancients and mounting them on the appropriate bases. I believe 1/72 is 50 millimeters by 25 millimeters. I do believe 50 by 25 with like 3 or 4 figures on that base. I've also thought about using the Victrix, Warlord, Perry, whatever other miniatures I have, Front Rank, Gripping Beast, whatever, in the 28 millimeter and mounting them on the appropriate Meg base as well, which is 60 by 30, which I have a bunch of 60 by 30s, believe it or not. I have considered taking my Gaelic infantry that I've got on the shelf over there for sale, rebasing them for Meg, and then selling them as a Meg unit, a Meg army, or a Meg unit, or whatever. And doing my Ancients, painted Ancients, the big scale, in the Meg basing. I don't know how popular that would be. I don't know if that would even be something somebody is looking to play, but it might be enjoyable to play Meg with some giant figures, 28 millimeter. I personally don't have a lot of table space, but I think that a 4x6 is a good Pacto scale size table for 28 millimeter. I could probably get a Magna army in 1/72. I've been thinking about it because there's a lot of 1/72 out there, Ancients or 100 Years War or something that might be enjoyable to do. Because 1/72 is not that much bigger than 15s. 15 to 20 to 25, right? It scales up. I do not want to do 6 millimeter or 10 millimeter. They would look good. I could put a ton of figures on a base and it would really look epic. I could have my 40 millimeter, 15 millimeter base and put a bunch of 10 millimeter figures on there and just double the amount of figures, put a couple of ranks per stand or whatever, and it would really look good. But I don't want that small of a figure. I painted some 10 millimeter Napoleonics, and it was a pain in the behind. I painted some, what did I paint? Some Dutch-Belgian cavalry or something like that. Or was it, no, I did do that, but I painted some Dutch-Belgian infantry and Polish Lancer cavalry. That's what I painted. And I painted all that thinking I was going to do my whole army like that. And then I said, nope, stop, full stop. It's too small. So just FYI, if you guys out there are interested in a Meg army in a larger scale figure, let me know. You don't even have to buy it. You could just say, hey, that's what I play, or yeah, I've got friends that are interested in that, or yeah, that'd be really cool. I think it would be very popular, or something. Just let me know. Or you might say, don't do it. Mount them like SPQR. Put them on round bases. Keep it man to man, or just do Hail Caesar because that's what everybody else plays, or whatever. If that's, just let me. I think I'm going to put a poll out on the channel, just kind of getting an idea of what you guys want. My next newsletter on eBay, it's going to be coming out at the first weekend of December, announcing the new sale. But in that newsletter, I'm going to ask my customers if that would be something they would like. And I'm going to direct them. I can't do a poll on eBay. I'm going to have to direct them to my eBay store, to my YouTube channel, so that they can answer the poll. eBay frowns upon any kind of misdirection. They don't like people sending people off of their site to another site. And I understand that, but this is not anti-eBay or trying to get sales. Like, I'm not sending them to my personal website where I sell product. This is just YouTube where I'm going to take a poll, So I don't have a problem doing it. I'm just going to have to kind of word it in a way that will defeat the algorithm. Yeah, so expect that. I might rebase those guys. I don't know. Yeah. Okay, so I'm writing a Napoleonic set of rules. I'm writing a game called Marshals and Generals, which is a Napoleonic set of rules that takes ideas from a bunch of different games that I enjoy, take the best movement from one game, the best shooting from another game, melee, morale, command and control, etc., from all these different games that I like, and I was going to bring it together to make a set of Napoleonic rules. And I tried a bunch of different basing techniques or sizes. Like, I tried big bases with a bunch of figures on it and just say this one base is a battalion and have a bunch of, and just move a base at a time. A lot like the way ESR does it, et sans resultants. Basically, one base is a unit, and it can be anything from a division, a corps. It could be down to a platoon or whatever. It's basically just one base, And as long as all the bases are representing the same thing, then you're good. But their units are not multi-bases. You know, like every other game I've played, you put a handful of figures on a bunch of bases, and you put them together to form a unit. Like black powder, let's just say. You put 4 figures on a base, and then you put 6 bases together, and that's a battalion. And you move it around. There are other games where when you take casualties, you remove bases to represent losses, right? Or loss of fighting power. So I actually consider doing the one base thing. It would be so easy to put get a giant square base and put 3 or 4 ranks of troops on that base with a bunch of figures wide. That's where I got those 30 by 60 bases. I was experimenting with Napoleonics with those as singular bases. And then I thought that doesn't really portray the type of game that I want to play. I'm getting away from the grand tactical or strategic level game. I'm trying to get away from I'm an army commander and I've got corps commanders beneath me. They've got divisions that have brigades, and it stops there. Now I'm moving brigades around, or I wanted it to be battalions. So my game is not. It's basically one step lower. I call it a core set of rules, not meaning it's the basic set or it's the starter set. What it means is it's a corp, C-O-R-P, right? It's the core set of rules where you're the corps commander. You've got a couple of divisions, and then in those divisions you have brigades, and then in those brigades you have battalions. So the maneuver element is battalion. So I thought, okay, I could have a single base representing a battalion. That's no problem. But what that does is it prevents that battalion from changing formation. So now I can't form line, form attack column, get into march column or square. I can, but I would have to mark them with a token or something that said they were in a line or said that they were in a march column or something like that. And I felt that it was easier to represent on the table that they were in a line or a column or a march column by having more than one base and arranging them on the table in the formation. So what that meant was I couldn't do it with just one base. That's a really good idea. I like the et sans resultants idea, but only for the big, huge games where you've got multiple corps on the table, armies on the table. That works really well. It works very well for Napoleon's battles or whatever. But because I wanted that visible, that way there's no tokens on the table, there's no extra counters or something showing that they're in line or column. You can look at the way the figures are arranged and know what formation they're in. That was the first step. I wanted to do that. The next step was I wanted it to look Napoleonic, right? I wanted there to be ranks, long lines of men standing shoulder to shoulder, firing their muskets So I considered using the Meg basing style. At that point, I was using Field of Glory, which Field of Glory uses the DBA, and Meg uses DBA. So it was very much like organizing my figures like Field of Glory. And so I was putting them on bases in 4 figures on a 40 millimeter base, which looks awesome. You put them on the table. And then I said to myself, well, I don't want to have just one base with 4 figures across be the minimum, right? You know, even if I put them side by side, I didn't want that to be a line. I didn't want a thin line of just one row of figures. I said, it's got to be 2. Got to have the front and the back rank to make it look better. Now, what I could have done was made the bases twice as thick. I didn't think I needed to do that. I figured I could have done that, but I figured in the rules I would just tell people you have to have them back to back. You have to have a minimum of 2 ranks deep. It's easy to say that, but then when I got to counting figures and putting battalions together, it started to not look right. So if I took 6 bases with 4 figures across, we're looking at 24 figures, which is kind of the default for most games. So 24 figures, beautiful. But if I make them fight 2 ranks deep always, I'm only getting 3 bases wide. A unit will only be 3 bases wide in line, which works fine. I feel like that works perfectly fine. But then I wanted to well, how am I going to have them fight? And how am I going to have them roll dice? And I was like, by file, the same way Meg does it. I was like, that'd be great. This would be great. So basically it's Meg in Napoleonics. But then I got, why do I have multiple bases? I'm going back to the very first reason why I broke the bases down in the first place. To change formations. The march column, you put all 6 bases one behind the other. It looks great. You got 4 figures wide, 6 figures deep. It looks like a march column. It looks like a wide march column. It's extremely wide. It's 40 millimeters. But it looks right. And then I said, okay, what about line? Well, putting 2 ranks deep across, that's perfectly fine. And then I thought, well, what is an attack column going to look like? Very simple. 2 bases wide, 3 bases deep. There we go. We got our 3 main formations covered. Square, no big deal. We can work something out. There's a lot of different ideas for square, but that's easily reconciled. That's not a problem. So I only had 4 formations that I really cared about. Line, attack column, march column, and square. That was it. That's all you needed. And I was like, okay, that's perfectly fine. If it's 6 bases, here comes the rub. I started to think outside the box, saying it's not always going to be 6 bases. Some units are going to be smaller than others, right? Some of them are going to have 4 bases. Some are going to have 2 bases. Tiny units, 2 bases. Small units, 4 bases. Medium, normal size standard units, 6 bases. Large units, 8 bases. That's where I'm at. That is currently where I'm at. I'm not going, that's what I want. Eight bases, no problem. We can figure it out. Right? If an attack column is 2 bases wide, you just put the rest behind. No problem. Even number works out great. March column, put them all in line, works out great. Put them in line, they're 4 wide, 2 deep, works out great. The problem is when you go to the small unit. When you only have 4 figures, or 4 bases, when you go to line, you're 2 wide by 2 deep. When you go to column, attack column, you're 2 wide by 2 deep. It's exactly the same. I didn't want that. I didn't want there to be a possibility that there would be a similarity. So I said, you know what? I'm going to rebase everybody. We're going to go the old Napoleon's Battles way, the Hail Caesar way, the Black Powder way, the Soldiers of Napoleon way. What is it? What's that game? General d'Armée way. Basically, 2 figures wide, 2 figures deep, 4 figures on a rectangle or square base. And I figured, okay, just by having 2 ranks of figures on one base, it forces them, because that's the way the figures are glued to the base, to have 2 ranks. So I don't have to put that in the rules. I could take that out because you're never not going to have 2 ranks because the base has 2 ranks of figures. So if I go in March column, one behind the other. If I go line, one beside the other. All so far very good. If I put 6 bases beside each other, they're all going to have 2 ranks. Guess what? The width was going to be exactly the same as the 40 millimeter base because these square bases were going to be 20 millimeters. So 20 by 30 is what I was doing. They're rectangle lengthwise. A lot like British Grenadier. So I could form every formation. I could do an attack column. I could put 3 bases wide, two ranks deep. There we go. There's my attack column. March column, single. Line, I can form a square. Even with the small unit of 4 bases, I could go 2 wide by 2 deep, right? Because the definition is not the width, it's the depth. So 2 bases deep would wind up being 2 bases wide for a small unit. It'll wind up being 3 bases wide for a medium unit and 4 bases wide for a large unit. But it would be 2 bases deep for a column. That worked out perfectly. So that's what I've resolved. That's what my bases are going to be. But then, okay, backing it up just a little bit. So now I've been thinking about Meg because I really like Meg. And I've been thinking, how could I play Meg as a Napoleonic game? Because I really want to use a lot of those concepts from Meg in my game that I'm writing. Basically, I pretty much decided that I'm going to make a Meg supplement. It's going to be Napoleonic. So the Meg rules are going to be pretty much the same, and there was some modifications for playing Napoleonics. That's how much I love Meg. So, but there has to be changes, because Meg is really designed for a different style of game, right? Or different style of command and control and all that. But I thought about it, and I was like, okay, let's start from the top. Command and control. Meg already has generals. The generals control units. Let's call them battalions. With a number of bases. They get drawn cards based on the quality of the general. I can do this so far. I can just assign quality and stuff to different generals across the time period. So they get drawn these cards that they play on their units. They declare charges. They shoot during the shooting phase. They move during the movement phase. They do charge action, and then they do a melee action, etc., etc. And that works really well with cavalry, because Napoleonic cavalry was all about the charge and not the melee. So they might even bounce, if they don't destroy the unit during the charge phase. So, okay, back it up. So the command works. I would have generals that run their battalions. So like a brigade commander would run his battalions. And so at this point, if that was the case, if my units are battalions, and I've got let's say 4 to 6 in each of my units, and then each unit has a brigade commander, that the way Meg runs, you only have 4 generals on the table at any time. You'll never have more than 4 on your side. So if I went with 3 brigade commanders, there would only be 1 overall commander, which is at that point would be the division commander. Well, I don't want that. I want there to be battalions, but I want there to be I like the 3 general concept. Okay, I think that level of control is okay. But then I thought, I'm just going to ditch or get rid of the brigade commander concept, right? I think what I'm going to do is a lot like Spearhead, which is a World War II game actually, where there is a brigade commander, but he doesn't issue orders. He doesn't draw cards and place them. He has a zone of control, 12 inches or whatever arbitrary number I decide, and all of his battalions from his brigade has to stay inside that zone of control. So all he is a conduit for the division general to play cards on his brigade. Thought I heard something. Okay. I think my mic is cranked up. Am I really loud? I think I am. I'm going to bring it down a little bit. Okay, so I was peaking. It looked like I was peaking. I'm really excited about this. So if I had, and I can have as many division generals as I want, up to, the TO&E of the core. Okay, so let's say I'm just going to use French First Corps as an example, right? Or better yet, Second Corps. Let's use Second Corps as an example. So I've got Rial as my corps commander. I've got him on the table. He's my overall commander in Meg. Meg N. Okay? Megan. Megan the Stallion. I don't know. Just Megan, right? So, Meg Napoleonics. I'm really leaning towards this. I've got my overall commander. He's a corps commander. And then I've got Jerome, Foy, and Bachelou as my infantry commanders. Those are my divisions. And so I could have those 3 divisions out there. Now there is the 2nd Cav. Trying to remember the division general's name. Aileron? No, that's First Corps commander. Lefevre? No, he's guard, isn't he? I don't want to look it up. I could. I've got it on my computer, but I'm really surprised. I don't know the 2nd Cavalry general's name, but either way. And let's just say we were playing Quatre Bras as an example. I could have all 3 of those generals on the table, infantry generals, Jerome, Foy, Bachelou, with their units, which each division is going to have somewhere around 8 units, battalions, approximately, with some skirmishers, and we're going to call those artillery. Because artillery are skirmishers. But of course I'm going to have artillery and infantry and cavalry will all have their own special rules and stuff like that, which they already do in Meg, but I'll tweak it for Napoleonics, like for limbering and unlimbering, because they don't really do that in the ancient period. You just pick it up and carry it. But they don't really move very much. And they really wouldn't move very much in the Napoleonic period either, but just in case you want to limber it up and move it. Occupying towns and stuff like that, which I don't really get into in Meg. They have built-up areas. They have rules for built-up areas, but I would have to tweak it for Napoleonics. Okay. So command and control can remain the same because the overall commander, if he's professional, and I'm going to say most armies in the Napoleonic period were professional armies. There might be a few out there that are not professional, irregular, or what do they call them, instinctive or whatever. But most of them are professional. They went to school and all that. So they're going to have like a 15-inch, or is it a 15 base width? 15 inch, 15 base. I think it's base width. I think everything is measured in base widths. But either way, a 15 base width is like really big. So they'd be able to move their battalions, their division moves their battalions. The brigade commanders are not even necessary, really. They're basically presumed to be there. I don't know if I want to put them on the table as a marker that represents the area that must be command, or like the units have to stay within so many inches of their brigade commanders. Now I thought about, it's a lot like the way overall commanders can gift cards to their subordinates. I was thinking that the brigade commanders don't generate any cards on their own. So what's that? A hair? I had a hair growing out of my nose. Okay. They have to give, the division general has to issue orders for their brigade units. Now, one of the things that happens in Meg that I think I would allow in the Napoleonic version is group moves, right? So if you got multiple battalions formed up together, you would be able to move those. And because I know the French did that quite a bit, and I don't see why the other nations wouldn't be given that opportunity to do that. Or maybe I only allow the French to do it. I don't know. I'll have to do a little more research on that. But I don't see a problem with the cards from Meg, the command, the colors, the types of orders that you want them to do. Do you want them to change formation? Do you want them to wheel to the right? Do you want them to about face or slide to the right? Or, these kinds of things, they have a card requirement, and it's going to be pretty straightforward because almost everybody is going to be drilled, right? So everybody's going to be working off of the same colors, so it should be pretty easy, unless there's militia or, American Indians or whatever's out there. It might be a little different, but in general, it's going to be the card system, moving guys around. Okay, works fine. Shooting. Okay, shooting and combat, I'm going to have to address, because in Meg, one hit wounds a stand, and the second hit removes the stand. I don't have a problem with that. And that's shooting, that's melee, that's everything. One hit wounds, the second hit removes. So every stand has 2 wounds, and you don't wound a stand, you wound the unit. So if a unit gets hit, you put a wound behind it, and then if it gets hit again, whatever stand just got hit gets removed. So I like that. So I like that. I like it in the Ancients. I don't see a problem with that in Napoleonics. The issue is how to inflict those wounds. In Meg, it's by file, right? So it's basically every 40 millimeter rank row with all the figures behind it make an attack, just that one file. And if you've got 2 files, then you're making 2 attacks, 1 for each file. If you've got 3 files, you make 3 attacks with those files. Okay. Now, there's modifiers based in Meg. There's modifiers for what kind of weapons you're using. Like if you have pikes, if you're in multiple ranks, you get a bonus, and if you have expert melee fighters, or if you've got heavy armor, and all this gives you modifiers on the chart. Which in Napoleonics, there's not really going to be a whole lot of those modifiers because pretty much everybody's equipped exactly the same way. Everybody's got a musket, everybody's got a bayonet, everybody's got, when you get into the cavalry, now you're starting to maybe have armor, maybe have a lance, maybe have a sword. But skill might be different. Like, I'm a superior fighter, you're an average fighter. Those modifiers will still be there. Or I'm uphill, you're not uphill. I'm behind a barricade, you're not behind a barricade. Or whatever. So a lot of the modifiers will still be the same. But in general, the chart, there'll be a whole lot less to look at in the chart. I don't have to worry about what type of armor. Does he have a shield or not? Is he, is it a sword? Is it an axe? Is he an impact fighter? I don't have to worry about any of that. Because it's all pretty much the same for everybody. There are some tweaks, but that chart goes from being this long to only being this long. And so it'll be a lot easier to calculate. But the problem is, those files that I was talking about is based on a 40 millimeter figure width, right? Where in my game, because of the way formations work, I was thinking that I was going to half that into 20 millimeter bases, and I could still do it by file, but now I'm getting twice as many dice. So instead of 3 dice, I'm getting 6 dice, which is not that big of a deal. It just means there's a bigger chance that I'm going to cause some casualties, because rolling, that's twice as many chances to wound, and which I don't mind because that means the game will go a lot faster, but I don't want the game to go so fast. I don't want there to be casualties. I don't want there to be so many casualties every turn that the game is over in 30 minutes or an hour. I don't want that to happen. So instead of by file, I was thinking every 2 figures or 2 bases get a die. So if I've got 6 bases across, I get 3 dice. Now the question is, if I'm removing bases and I have 5 bases, which is an odd number, do I get 2 dice? Or do I get 3 dice still? Or do I get 2 dice and a die with a minus? So I'm still working that out. I've even considered going back to the 40 millimeter wide base and leaving formations up to the players. Because in Meg, there's no such thing as marked column. That doesn't exist. And technically, in Napoleonic battles, there was never, and you can do your research, there was never a time when a general got within a combat zone and stayed in march column. He moved to the combat zone in march column. They were off in the distance on the hills coming out of the woods in march column, but once you got within about a mile, I mean pretty far, they would change to an attack column or a line, depending on the nation. So there was never technically on the table, because that would be way too short of a range, units ever being in march column. And what is, okay, and here's the next point. What does march column do? Why would a player want to be in march column? Well, traditionally, march columns move faster than a line, right? So they would get more inches of movement for being in a march column. If you make that irrelevant, right? If you make movement in a line like the default number, and if they change to a column, they still move the same default number. And if they go to a march column, or like one rank behind the other, and they move the same distance, then there's no need to be in a march column, except for people that are just crazy. The only time I can think of is why you would want to be in a march column is if you're following a road, or you're trying to get to the battle and then change to a column or a march column or a line. So, so putting them in 40 millimeter bases, you know, the wide bases, will eliminate, using the Meg formation rules, would eliminate me caring about what formation they're in, right? Because there's no square in Meg, I would have to allow I mean, in Meg, you can fight to the side, you can fight to the front, you can fight to the back. A square is basically just a multi-stand unit with figures facing in different directions. In Meg, you can do that. You can have units facing in different directions, but once you're out of combat, you have to automatically reform into a forward-facing unit. But there can be a rule that I add that allows units to form square. And all it basically means is nobody will get a flank attack on you. You can have figures facing in different directions. Might give them a slight modifier against cavalry if they're in square. But if infantry charges a square in my rules, they're going to win. Because that square is only getting to fight with one rank. And the attacker is going to be attacking with the rank that's hitting the square plus the file on the left and the right. You get support. So you're basically getting 1 plus 2 supports, where the square doesn't get that. But against cavalry, I would give them a bonus. So what I'm trying to say, I'm kind of bouncing around a little bit, But what I am trying to say is, I think I might be leaning back to the 40 millimeter wide bases. The number of figures would be the same. The number of figures, that's not going to change how many figures I'm using in a battalion. Large battalions would still be 8 bases. Medium would be 6. Small would be 4. And Meg accounts for units of 4, 6, even up to 9 bases. And I don't know if I want to go with a unit that's 9. I thought about this as well. This would be a good way to organize a scenario. You use the actual number of figures in a battalion and make each stand 100 figures, 100 men. So if a battalion has 400 men, it's 4 stands. If a battalion had 500 men, it would be 5 stands. So, and they have to be deployed in files. But they can be a minimum of 2 files deep. Because I'm not going to allow a 4-stand unit to stretch out 4 files across. It would maximum 2, right? And there's not going to be any different between being in a line and being in a column. It's irrelevant. What I will do, though, is say, okay, you get the 2 rank is the default, but if you have a 3rd rank, you get a bonus in melee, right? Or maybe in the charge. Maybe not in the melee, but in the charge. Or something. Because I know there are some units out there that get that extra in Meg, they get that extra push when you have at least 3 ranks. And I might do that because let's say I've got a 6-figure unit, or 6, I say figure, but I mean base. And because I'm the commander of the battalion, I can put them in whatever formation I want, just like Meg, but with a minimum of 2 ranks deep. So I put them 2 files wide, 3 ranks deep. I basically just made an attack column. But if I only have a small unit of 4 figures, and I could put them 4 ranks deep and be considered a really compact single file, or I could put them 2 files side by side, but now they're only 2 ranks deep, which is the default, no advantage. So basically it's telling me that a small unit just doesn't have enough men to become impactful as a column. They would be treated as a line. I like that. I like that. Now, as you're taking casualties, if there are 2 files, but there's only 3 bases, one of them is going to be 2 ranks deep, and one is going to be single rank deep. If it's in combat, it can't change. It's stuck, right? So it can violate the 2 ranks deep rule. But now you're below the minimum and you get a minus. And as soon as the fighting is over, it has to move into the other unit because there's a minimum of 2 ranks deep per file. Okay, well, I don't want to go over all the rules, but I think I'm going to go with 40 millimeter wide. I'm really thinking I'm going to do that. I had everybody pretty much mounted on 40 millimeters, and I started cutting them off and putting them on 20 by 30s. I'm going to go back to the 40s. Now, I think I'm going to go 20 millimeters deep, just like Meg recommends. So it's not going to be a very thin base of men. It's going to be a fairly thick base of 20 millimeters. And the reason why I think I want to do that is because of the top heaviness of my bases. Metal figures on a very thin base will fall over fairly easily, especially when you're on a hill. They want to fall over. But 20 millimeter wide bases, there's a lot of stability there, but there's also depth in the figures, so I can. In the past, I have pretty much limited myself to figures that are always in march with their shoulder or high port or something, because if they had their weapons down, they would stick out from the front of the base, and it would impose or prevent 2 bases from meeting because the bayonets or whatever would be hitting. So once I realized that was a problem, I stopped ordering guys in attack or charge. I pretty much only ordered march attack or port arms. So or even guarding, I think, was a problem. But with a 20 millimeter deep base, I should have no problem with people in skirmish, kneeling and firing and standing and firing, because there's going to be enough room on the base. And it fits into the Meg rules. Yeah, so I'm really, just so you know, I'm really considering converting. And that's going to be a lot of cutting and getting my units right and everything. All right, guys. Well, that's it. That was my final thoughts. Thanks for coming out and watching me paint a little bit on these Napoleonics. I got their backpacks and their ammo cartridges painted, and now I have a lot more to do. Once I do their collars and cuffs, the rest should all fall into place super fast, because the collars and cuffs are really the intricate, like get around the necks, and the cuffs. I might do those Thursday. I might be back on Thursday live, because tomorrow there's not going to be a live stream because I've got my Traveler game Thursday or Wednesday night, and I want to do my final preparations for that game. It's not really a game. We're not playing. We're creating characters. But sometimes that's a game all on its own. So I probably won't be touching the intense deep red until Thursday. But if I get the hankering to paint the intense red between now and then, it might or might not be done on Thursday. Thursday, I'm going to paint on these guys all day, like from morning to afternoon. So that's going to be a long stream. And then maybe the same on Friday, not sure. because I really want to get these knocked out by this weekend. It might not happen, but I want to get them knocked out, but I also don't want to burn myself out. Yeah, so to recap, first week of December, expect a newsletter to go out to my eBay store subscribers and followers. In that newsletter, it will direct them to a poll that I'm going to be putting on my channel on eBay, on YouTube. So even if you're not on eBay with me, in the first weekend-ish of December, I'm sorry, January. Yeah, no, in like 3 days. Yeah, this weekend. Yeah, okay, this weekend. This weekend, expect a newsletter to go out to my. It's the first weekend in December, but to go to my eBay followers so that they know about the sale, but also know about the poll that I'm going to be putting on my YouTube channel. The poll is going to be talking about basing my ancient figures, my larger ancient figures, like 28 millimeters, to be usable for games like Meg, okay? Ancient games, big giant 60 millimeter wide bases and stuff. I really want to do that. I want to base up some of my Romans and some of my Germanics and stuff. And if I ever wanted to play like a Meg in 28, those figures would be available. And my Napoleonics, that's going to take me weeks and weeks and weeks to. Now, I haven't converted all of my figures to the 20 millimeter wides, but I did convert a lot. And I think I'm going to go back to 40s. I'm not going to do any conversions until I play test my ideas with the 40 millimeters on my table. I'll probably just move them around a little bit, see if it works. And if it works, then I'm going to have a big conversion week where I just start chopping figures off of their bases and putting them on the proper basis. Cavalry, I think I'm going to do the same as Meg does, 3 figures a base. At the same width as the infantry, everything being a 40 millimeter, and then I could probably use the rules for base widths. Commanders, I've got them on round bases for my Napoleonics, but I think that's going to work just fine. I don't think I'm going to have to rebase those. I think I'm going to leave them the way they are. Cannons, they're based on 30 by 40 depth. I'm going to have to adjust that and put a cannon on a 40 by a 40. I've been using 2 cannons to represent 1 battery, and then 1 cannon to represent a half battery. So maybe I leave them on 30 by 40s. Because in Meg, well, no, in Meg, some of their units are 2 or 3 siege engines. So yeah, I think I'm going to rebase them on 40 by 40. That just makes it more of a diorama piece on the table, and still use 2 guns to represent batteries, and 1 gun to represent a half battery, and 3 guns to represent a large battery. My limbers, I don't think I need to change the limbers. They're pretty much just a The limbers are pretty much just a visual representation of an elongated battery. They're not really there. It's like the guns are stretched out using a limber token. Yeah, so there should be a new sale coming out this weekend. All right, guys, thanks for sticking it out with me. It looks like it's lunchtime. I'm ready to go get something to eat. And I will see you Thursday if you come back. Or Wednesday night if you want to watch us make some Traveler characters. All right, you guys have a good rest of the day.